That working? Good morning. Mm. Oh, hiccups. That's not going to be good. Okay. Everything's fine now. Good morning, Jen Jen. How you guys doing? Fuck hiccups? Yeah, I agree. We've almost bounced all the way back to like 5140. No, okay, yeah. Never mind. Ding ding. I had hiccups for close to 4 days a few years back. I almost ended it all. It was awful. That sounds really terrible. Have you covered Beyond? I just turned the stream on. And yes, last night. Far more than I wanted to. How will Beyond's share offering affect us? Well, it depends on if they sell shares or not. I'm actually a bit concerned about TUP this morning. It's either going to do awesome things or tank back to $1.30. I love how USD JPY immediately went to 150 on the news. Everyone was rushing into JGBs. Mm-hmm. Look at that. The 2 years almost recovered. .2 down to 0.16. Is the 5136 GN a good data point to use? What do you mean fresh data calculating it? Yeah, they're working on getting the Japanese bank rate down to 0. I mean, first BOJ is going to buy a bunch of bonds, right? Because they know they're forcing all the yen shorts into their debt market, so they want to front run them. Previously, you've mentioned Greeks could be fucky due to bad or raw data feeds. I mean, if that happens, I generally warn everyone. But that's just like bad output at the exchange level. Generally speaking, that's not a common occurrence. Ooh, IWM ripping back to 200. Jesus, did the entire options channel take their profits at once? I don't know. I'm kind of waiting on Tesla. It could retest 168, which wouldn't be a good sign. Probably too much profit taking at that point. That would just be a rejection at gamma neutral, right? GN and DN on Tesla are both at like 174. I've been a GME for a while, but I'm wondering if this pre-earnings drop might be a good play. Not necessarily. XRT is not off reg show, which is problematic. How is Fubo differentiated from other vol shorts? Well, there's a shitload of liquidity, which helps. It makes it harder to suppress the price further than a certain point. Um, and it keeps a lot of the cyclical volatility shorts out of the stock. The options aren't worth very much money, especially not the out of the money options. So theoretically, we should be finding a floor here around GNW, unless they're going to give it up a bit. No. We're below gamma neutral. Why would that create a floor? Why did Fixie drop? Because the yen went down super hard. Speaking of which, ouch. Maybe I'll just wait for the JPOW. April 19. Yeah. Why did the yen go down super hard? Because Japan moved to a 0% interest rate and everyone's buying the fuck out of their bonds. Basically, they pushed YCC off onto anybody who's short the yen. Oh, that's an old meme. Gray pubes. Someone in here talking about beyond buyback. It's not a buyback. It's a shelf offering. And I'm pretty sure it's existed for the last 2 years. You basically say above GN has bullish bounce potential, which is basically why we're chopping at now at 51.30. Okay, first of all, we're at 51.32. And even before you made that comment, we were at 51.35. Second of all, there's nothing bullish about being below GN. The market maker sells the drop and buys increases in price. So they're a buyer when the market's moving up, a seller when the market's moving down, which increases volatility. Hence, see that? I hate you so much. Beyond FUD intensifying? Oh, I will ban you right now. Another month. What's up, Nick? I think it's safe to say on STX 5135, same like 5137. No. Gamma neutral's at 5136.99, which we're distinctly below. KBY, nice price here. I mean, just be aware that it could also drop to $4. There's a pre-market billionaire. Someone trying to sneak in. Madison Wilkes, welcome back or welcome to Dillionaire. I'll play you a song. Hit me up if you need me to get you added to the country club. My GME CSPs are wrecked. Why are you doing that again? Also, why would you want to buy GME? Because the most telegraphed positive earnings in the history of the stock market might come to pass. Adam Aaron greater than RC. Change my mind. Why would I bother? I mean, as far as I am aware, they have yet to offer anything. They've just filed the potential to offer something. It still has to be approved. And then they would structure an offering and then announce the type of offering and what they were offering. Although Beyond structured like 3 other shelf offers in the past at higher prices and never sold anything. So Their total shares outstanding have increased by 4 million in the last 6 years, 7 years. Zom 130. Here's to at least another month with Gherkin. Thanks, Lawrence. No, Beyond doesn't look hot. JWN looking for private equity to go private. This is RC's moment. Can you imagine shopping at a Nordstrom's run by Ryan Cohen? All used clothes. Do you think Nvidia will bounce here at 50? I don't know. There's support at 50. I'm tired of bouncing around in this channel, Gork. Can you please tell the market to break down properly? I mean, it already sold off hard as fuck in the close yesterday. And it's below that now. What more do you want? Futures fell below the 5,200 level. Looks like it's kind of slipping. There's a little call side support here. I would say positioning's pretty even on ES. Maybe we start to get a little bit more of a downside move. There's a lot of puts, but the majority of them are at 51.20, 51.15. Yeah, this doesn't look particularly bullish. Although options positioning is pretty flat. Let's see. There's a little bit of a call wall at 25. There's a greater, much greater than 0% chance that we trade between 51.25 and 51.50 for the rest of the day. Be prepared for that mentally. 35,000 watchers, only 136 likes. Come on, people, like the stream. I think that might be a bug. Pickle jar, mentally prepared. LOL. That's a feature? No, there's no good entries on Boeing. Just stay away from it. You should probably mentally prepare for a lot of complaining. Does nothing to me. Like water off a deck. So Jensen really stood up and said AI is going to create new electrons, and the whole world just let him get away with that, huh? Yep. He even waited for the applause. No, they said AI in literally every sentence. One of their engineers was like, we told the head of engineering that designing a chip faster than the H100 would break the laws of physics. And he was like, that's fine. And so what they did was they jammed more H100s on one board. They're large. They're large and in charge. So your fake account Discord message. I've offered you an invite to my wedding, and my fiance herself multiple times, and you've said no. Why on earth would I ever expect a friend request from you? You make an excellent point. Thoughts on Jensen launching the Omniverse? I don't know. Talk to me in $40 billion when he's produced nothing. Okay, maybe you don't understand de-engineer because you're a chemical engineer with a PhD in quantum mechanics. They've entangled more chips into one board. Okay? And that's making the new electrons that's going to power the next generation of AI. God, they're not kidding when they say C's get degrees. I mean, think about it. What's better than one oh than one H100? Four H100s, one server rack. $17 quarks in a boson. Don't forget, it's somehow magically 200 times as expensive as buying four H100s. Yeah, 2 times. Oh, I'm sorry. Are they done shorting Tesla yet? I mean, Tesla rejected off of GN. Don't go long. This is a simple answer. Well, not yet, at least. Man, they're really shorting the fuck out of the VIX here. I should probably buy a call. If the puts squeeze off, we can go all the way back above 5150. But we have the auctions. We have a 1 year auction at 11:30 and a 20 year auction at 1 o'clock. Hmm. All that volatility shorting. No, no pumpies. Curiouser and curiouser. I mean, it's not like calls are massively overpriced or anything. Hmm. Okay, we got some call buying and put selling. But this might reject one more time. Hmm. Interesting. You know what? I'm gonna wait. It's too soon. BNED discount or Sam like lighting money on fire. Ooh, I should sell some 50 calls. I wonder if I sell enough of them if the price will go below 50 cents. They're not out of business. They haven't declared bankruptcy. GME at 1356. Yeah, it would appear that way. Hmm. Pretty consistent call buying. Didn't pull back nearly as much as I wanted it to. All right, let's see. Still getting a pretty decent number of bot calls out of the money. Looks like mostly at 50, 55. A little bit at 40 and 45. 40's got a put wall. So there's like a small put wall on the gap. It might not matter much, but it's there. Oops. Sort of the average into Tesla calls. It's finding a little bit of support. I don't know if that's going to be bullish or not. Some of the call interest broke down this morning, so it's going to have to rebuild, but it might go for another test of GN. Okay, that's bouncing back a little bit. Top at 52. X is getting smashed. Let's see if we push up through the gap and get back above 51.50. Research happened from beyond moving forwards on Reg Show with a share offering. Well, if they offer shares, it'll quickly come off Reg Show. But so far, I don't believe they have. There hasn't been a lot of change in the liquidity. It seems mostly like they just shorted the news, and then here we are. I started averaging the Tesla calls too soon or not enough. Holy fuck, calls are expensive. Yep. So are puts. Do you look at historic Greeks? Yeah, every day. Objection on the put wall. SMCI offered shares. RIP. Yep, that'll do it. Where are the bulls looking to stabilize? Back above 51.50. They still have a ramp from like 50, 51.55 up to 51.75. The same ramp that went nowhere yesterday. Why would Nvidia offer shares? They have tons of cash, right? It's only a 20-year auction today. There's the 1-year auction. SMCI only sold 2 million shares. It's probably enough to end the squeeze. I've been staring at Michelangelo's statue every morning. Is this a historic Greek? He was Italian. How come I keep losing money? Oh, fuck. Man, that's going in the Hall of Fame. Is Amazon a good short? Eh. Italian? Or Italian? I mean, when mocking somebody. Funny how I never tried to Beyond Sausage, and yet I got a Beyond Sausage anyway. If you play with meat, you're probably gonna get fucked. I just got an ad on my desktop for Spotlight. Calls on Microsoft? I don't know what that is. What's Spotlight? It's like saying Master Splinter's a BOJ president because he's Japanese. At least he's Japanese. This is far worse. It's their AI app they tacked onto Windows. Oh, okay. Man, bulls really suck at this market thing. Wish they'd get their shit together. This is where it needs to bounce. As ES look to the upside. 5205 has a massive sell wall. Great. So that's pretty much already the high of the day. Can you go over Greeks on AMD and see if this is a good entry for puts? I mean, did you follow the AMD flowchart? Is NVIDIA going up or down? AMD broke through support, which we talked about already. As far as the Greeks on it go. Gamma neutrals at 182, delta neutral 164. So it dropped below GN. Can Japan reverse split their currency? They're gonna need to. Poopy pants or pterodactyl. I actually didn't do shit, man. I just woke up like this. Any thoughts on why no insider buying on GME lately? I don't know. Maybe the board stopped listening to Cohen's temper tantrums. Is there a specific bullish or bearish thing today? No. Well, the auctions could be kind of bearish, depending on how they turn out. That's not a good look. Still a lot of put buying. Someone's buying puts. Are they right? Maybe. Shit's pretty bearish unless we break above 45. Definitely sitting to the downside of a more ideal position for the Bulls. Also, being under 5150 is going to make volatility kind of sensitive. A little shoulder here. Yes, is pretty supportive. Around 5197-ish. And the big sell wall up at like 5205 is trimming down a little bit, but not much. Where are the puts building? A little bit at 30. Fuck that. Mm-hmm. 20. Too much. Hmm. Futures is selling off a little bit. Beyond is going to visit the Titanic using a Mad Catz controller. I'm getting the feeling some of you might be over invested in Beyond. But yes, it is. It is down almost 50 cents from yesterday's close. Always happens. Yeah, fucking pours. Just house money from the last Beyond pump. That was awesome. It's not part of the pickle jar super cycle. Oh, fuck. They're trying to bounce it here. Oh, that looks so terrible. Okay. Momentum still sucks. Where'd the 1 minute go? God damn it. There's still some put buyers. Bounce. Back above GM. Hmm. See. Jesus Christ, the dollar's almost at 104. All right. Yeah, they haven't released futures yet. They don't have futures trading till the end of March. Yeah, dollar up, rates up. Or rates up, dollar up. Goes both ways. Hmm. Bounce on fucking ES is weak. I don't want to chop all day. There's still a big sell wall on ES at 5205. It's getting bigger again. Hmm. Interesting. Auction now? 11:30. Weak performance from the Bulls. It's becoming a thing. People are talking about it. Quite weak. Yeah. Oil above 83. 82. Yeah. There's too much profit taking on tech. Yeah, there is. There's a lot. Even Nvidia's bounce off 150 looks weak. Amazon's not really selling off. AMD's selling off super hard. Apple's still stuck at 175. Microsoft is pretty flat. Meta's down. Ooh. What's for short meta there? Huh. Netflix is down 1%. How about Google? Google's pulled back a little bit. Tesla's down. Do we fucking leave a gap at the exact same place that we filled it? SMCI is getting it the worst. Good thing that it's not a very valuable company and it doesn't matter at all. Is this every bounce is sold into part of the market psychology chart? Yeah, it's looking that way. Is it dumb to be holding relatively short-term bonds and T-bills into this FOMC? I mean, they shouldn't be affected very much, right? Like a 3 and 6 month are probably as high as they're gonna go unless the Fed raises rates, which I doubt they do now. About the test of 50 today, is it dead? It's not dead, it's just hasn't occurred yet. The range we're in is fairly flat, but put heavy around 35 right now. How's the test of 50 dead? We haven't moved out of the range that we're trading in. It's fucking 10:30, AJ. You know what? You're timed out. I don't want to listen to you. Oh yeah, there's lots of dumb questions. If you had to choose between living in the Midwest US or the Middle East, which would it be and where in the Middle East? I don't know, maybe like Dubai? Do you salt your pasta water? Yes. That tracks. My favorite part about Dubai is drinking in front of the locals and they can't have any. Of course it is. What US state would you never live in, and why is it Florida? It's New Jersey, actually. If I had to pick one, it would be New Jersey. They'll stone you to death if you platonically kiss a bro. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are we going to 5150 today? Eh, maybe. What's wrong with kissing your bro? Nothing if that's what you guys are. That's what you guys want to do. If you're like, bro, you want to kiss? And he's like, yeah, man, lay it on me. Then that's consensual adults doing their thing. Outside of New York City, LA, or Miami, I can't see you living anywhere else. Yeah, probably not. You should kiss your bros goodnight. This isn't Europe. Smooches, lay it on me, buddy. Thoughts on Bulls accepting defeat here and letting it drop to 5,100? Very unlikely. They have even more Vega risk at 5,125 that can get exposed, so I highly doubt they're going to let that happen before tomorrow. Although, I don't think they'd let 5,150 go yesterday, and they did. Not really by choice, but... What about a bro job? Not gay, just helping a bro out. I mean, only for medical reasons. A membership lasting longer than some marriages there be? Yeah, yeah. Bullish. BTC to 5. Okay. Yeah, it's correct. We've been doing this for almost 3 years. I really hate everything about positioning today. Ooh. Bulls kind of crush the sell wall at 5205 here. Pumpies? Hmm. Where could that take us? 5160? Just stayed in the call. Interesting. I don't know, unless the future sellers come back in. There's a little bit of a pushback. I don't think I want to trade this. This is garbage. Hmm. Hmm. One person's garbage is another shitcoin. I needed a little higher to close the call side of my straddle from yesterday because it's back up at 5150. And then I don't think I want to trade the rest of this. Well, no, not particularly. Yeah, if you put coin in the word, YouTube doesn't censor it. We should move to Missouri, where we say things like tornado and yella. Ugh. Swamps. Tesla needs to break 74 to squirt. What the fuck is going on there? Next resistance on ES is 5280, 5208, 75. Still doesn't look all that great. Inverse head and shouldery. Test 5213. Still not a lot of out of the money call buying. Someone feels pretty safe selling the 50 call too, which might be stupid. Ooh. What's IWM doing? Alright, should be resistance here up to 50. Still not filling that gap, huh? It's kind of a weak bounce from under gamma neutral. Usually these have a little more chutzpah. We're with Beyond. It's $7.45. They slaughtered VIX, so we should be at all-time highs. Yeah, right? I mean, most of the VIX slaughtering occurred when we were just flat, though. And they didn't even fill the gap here, which is fucking awful. Dollar is not really coming down, but yields are pretty flat. Still a bit above yesterday's like lows, but not too much. Hmm. Yeah, gamma's still pretty flat, but slightly negative, all the way up to like 5170. So if we get above 50, there's about $20 of range, but on a rejection of 50, there's also about $20 of range. Yeah. Yeah, we could slide right back down to 5130. I'm curious if we'll see more de-risking today. Like we did yesterday. Especially with VIX so low. Did you close your fixie position? Yeah. It wasn't a lack of news. The news came out. It was just not that eventful. I said yesterday, if they went with a 0% rate, nothing was probably going to happen. And that's exactly what they did. You have California burritos where you live? No. What do you call them? Burritos? With french fries in them? How many times do I have to ask if you're in butterflies yet? I don't really want to open a butterfly. It's probably too early. We don't have enough concentration and positioning anywhere to make it worthwhile. Yeah. Well, sell wall keeps building on futures 5208, 5210. So probably selling the bounce a bit. Vol's not really picking up though. Delta's just slightly positive here. And the pump has kind of slowed down. Momentum still looks pretty good. But maybe that's flattening out. And then that hasn't quite turned around yet. So this is probably gonna break back down from this point. I don't think we I don't think we have the positioning to see 5150 here just yet. Mm-hmm. 171's not really a very important level for Tesla. Are you still in AI? It's been looking progressively better. I closed it yesterday before the keynote. But yeah, it's been dropping. It's down another like 4% today. But I closed it like at my PT yesterday morning. God knows what was going to happen at the GTC, right? And I didn't want it running back up to like 35 bucks. If you held through the GTC, then well done. What are people's thoughts on Coinbase today? I mean, it mostly just tracks the price of Bitcoin, right? Form a nice, predictable head and shoulders for us. Where? Like an inverse head and shoulders on futures. Hmm. Mm. Sell walls are breaking down again. We're getting some call buying. A little bit. Just retest. Any thoughts on shorting SMCI? They offered some shares, right? And the puts are probably ridiculously expensive. Never mind. Yeah. Pull back to 40, then test 50. I don't know. It really depends on buyers right here. Like, momentum's kind of falling off. So they need to either buy more or it's going to slump a bit. We'll see. It started to fail right here, and they bought a little bit more, and some of those call walls or the sell walls on futures pulled back. But if those sell walls on futures reposition, it might push prices back down. They're starting to a little bit at 52.10. Is anything going to stop us from 51.50 here? That's a toss-up. So right now, between like 51.30 and 51.70, gamma's like that, and then at 70 it's positive. So it's just flat, right? Which kind of means that, you know, if we get rejected, we could fall all the way back here. If enough call buying comes in, we could pump all the way up there. There's not really anything stopping the price movement, um, except maybe the market maker hedge. And then, you know, below 36, the hedge is just more volatile. Beyond's down 10%. No more shorting, right? Why not more shorting? I think their short interest is swelled like 20%. Can covering make it pop off later? Sure. Yeah. If JPO is cuckish tomorrow, will the pump be ridiculous? Depends on how cuckish. I mean, let's assume that he's going to be as cuckish as he can be while still maintaining some semblance of his dual mandate. Is QQQ weaker than SPX today? Just a little bit more volatile. Do you think JPOW should lose his job? Eh, no. I mean, it's not really his fault. Like, personally, I don't think that's his like, the problems with the Fed are not attributable directly to JPEG. The problems with the Fed are that they use shitty models. Um, and they have imprecise ways of dealing with something that's really not within their control. I went on a mandate once. A dual mandate sounds exhausting. Thoughts on deal TR closing 1,000 stores? It's gonna suck if we get a recession. You're gonna miss out on so much business, right? I've never been to a Dollar Tree, but I've seen them. I guess I'll see fewer of them. The model is probably just a dartboard, or bullseye is part of the board that says do the right thing. I mean, they look at the data sets presented to them, right? I mean, none of them are doing the legwork. And the data sets presented to them are useless. And so they make useless decisions based on information that's, really not very rigorous. Do you think Joe Biden should lose his job? Who's going to replace him? Inflation comes from Washington, D.C. The Fed should have raised rates to match inflation from the start. Probably. If Trump asked you to work for the Fed, would you do it? P.S. I'm not Trump. No, JPOW makes shitty money. Well, unless I can continue streaming from the Fed. In which case, deal. And we need to get rid of that silly rule about owning stocks. Stream yourself giving Fed speeches and then comment on them. Inception, I'm in. Seems like a poor way to run a country, giving your central bank bad data. Well, it's only bad data because the models never worked in the first place. Fed would experience all-time popularity. It's true. Worst rule ever. A terrible rule. It's gotta go. Yeah, that's ridiculous. What did Pelosi say? There's no reason that any American should be denied access to our free markets. Do you believe that people should use lose and loose properly? Yeah. Is that an issue? Is it just in text that they use it improperly? Wouldn't retire. Uh, I don't know. Haven't you sold your business yet? You get tagged by super stackers too much on X. I already do get tagged by them too much. Bullish megaphone. Well, just a megaphone, but it's probably going to be bullish. Maybe. I'm going to move up to like 5213 ES. Going through due diligence now, it's exhausting. Yeah, it sucks. That's not the fun part. The seller's financing for 5 years for a good chunk, so I'll need to stay involved at least a bit. Gross. What puts around here can get squeezed out. Like I said, Gamma's just pretty flat. I guess the 40s and 45s, but they don't seem to be getting squeezed out right now. Some of the 5115s and 5120s closed on the move up. That's been about it. Additionally, there's not a lot of out of the money call buying either. Most of the positive price improvements come from futures. Like Delta's been pretty flat on SPX. No one's really like buying or selling much. Man, SMCI really looks like it should go back to, I don't know. 150? 150 would be pretty reasonable. Maybe 225. How much are 225 Jan puts? Jesus Christ. I get a board seat, which is silly. I don't deserve to be in a boardroom. I don't know how these things work. Just call votes on stuff. Or say things like the ayes have it. Ask everyone if you have a quorum. How are auto prices going to fare in the next couple of months with everyone taking early 401k withdrawals? I mean, the supply chain for automotives is pretty strong. So I don't see prices going up substantially. Rates are going to stay high, which is overall suppressive to the sector. Make a motion or second one if someone beats you to it. Yeah. Just make silly motions. Make sure to insult the person taking the minutes. You can't insult Chat GPT. How can I reheat fries in the oven without them getting too oily? Just throw them out. Just say, yeah, we can table that. Can we table that for everything? Pro move, when other board members are discussing something, raise your hand. When they get to you, say it was a point of clarification, but they covered it in their ensuing discussion. Fake participation. I'm keeping 15% of the company in rollover equity as well. So that's kind of annoying. This is starting to sound like the worst sale of a company ever. It sounds like they're just partnering with you and you still have to work. That's terrible. How did they trick you into this? But I get enough cash to where if I really don't want to work, I don't have to. I mean, but you do. The money was better this way overall. Yeah. I would have taken less money to get the fuck out and go do something else. I'm on a company board now, and our meetings resemble this stream more than anything else. Just financial degeneracy jokes. That's my kind of business. Did Popcorn sell off his company? Well, not yet. It would require the breaking of his great great grandfather Orville's trust. If you guys weren't already aware, Popcorn's one of the Redenbachers. That was a hilarious joke. Was it? He invented flaming hot popcorn. Can you price check a March 21st 5150 call by? IBKR Europe is 2640-ish. What is it? March 21st 5150? Yeah, it's a 20 2640, 2650 at the mid. It was good until you had to explain it. If we trade flat for the rest of the day, that would be okay with me. I really hope that doesn't happen. Hmm. Hmm. It's not a lot. Hmm. Are Bulls doing what they need to do to get 5170? No. Why were we shorting NVIDIA back at 300 a year ago? No, I wasn't. I shorted NVIDIA before their earnings because I thought they would miss on their earnings, which they did. Unfortunately, they also announced AI. And share buybacks. Is that because of liquidity shorting? Liquidity. A little bit. It's getting pretty liquid. Not a lot of price improvement. Kind of slumpy. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, momentum's just kind of stalled out. Maybe we fail again? Doesn't look particularly exciting. Uh, a little bit of profit taking on the call side. Not a lot of put selling right here. I guess we could fall back to like 30-ish if this fails. Yeah, if we slip 40, we could fall back to 30. And then there's another call wall at 25. Express green candle, any relevance or not really? I don't think so. Could you tell us what to expect from this morning's auction results in 5 minutes? I mean, the 1 year should give some indication of how participants feel about like 1 year inflation expectations in the bond market. NQ keeps rugging me as soon as I enter a position. It's unfair. Clearly not me. It's the bulls. It's always the bulls. Fair enough. Why trade NQ on such a choppy day? Yeah, I don't want to do that. Because I have a problem. Oh, alright. Interesting. Test 50? Ugh, sporadic buying is the worst. There's not even a lot of calls at 5150 now. No, at least not on the 0 DTE. Support at 5135. What's the downside of that? Um, All right. Oh, we got 50 back. Oh, that's fucking annoying. Still no call buying. Auction? Let's see the results. Fed bids 104 million. US to sell 80. Oh, that's the 4-week. I don't have the. Oh, here we go. High yield 4.81. Bid to cover 2.88. Doesn't look like there's a yield on it. Road tail. Yeah, no tail. Once, well, No tail. Looks like they bought some futures. Yep. We are green. And we're back above 51.53, which means we could move as high as like 51.70. Kind of resistance at 51.70. Call interest is picking up at 70.75 though. I got a lot more calls at 75 now. So I would say we could potentially move as high as 75. I don't understand why the US 1 year is not showing any change with the auction. Huh. That's fucking weird. Yield on it went up. Interesting. Can they hold 51.50? I mean, they better try. They got their Vega risk back out of the money, right? It seems pretty important to hold on to that as long as they can. We might pull back a little bit on profit taking from like the 40s and 45s, but it looks like plenty of calls came into the upside. 50, 55, 60, 70, and 75. There's still a decent amount of puts at 51.50 though, and then they kind of start falling off after that. It doesn't look like 40 and 45 puts have really gone anywhere. Yeah. So a little bit of call side profit taking, and then that should still leave us above 51.50 though. Remember when bulls were strong? Yeah, when this would have been a $20 move instead of a $5 one. I do. Let's see how ES looks. So ES has some resistance to the upside. 52.17, 52 between 52.17, 52.20. So right around the top of this trend right here. And then if it breaks that, should be able to test as high as like 52.33. Puts are annoyingly expensive. It's the range you're buying them in because of the risk premium priced in for tomorrow. Washington Supreme Court rules you don't need a law degree to practice law. Oh, fuck. Well, Boom. But you need to be a member of the bar. Damn it. I could take the bar exam. How hard could it be? Do it just for bragging rights. Think of it. Well, now you don't need a law degree to take it. So I'm going to. Be right back, hanging my shingle. I don't know what the guy on suit. What suits? We can go back here. Chance of a failure here? I mean, everything looks pretty flat unless someone buys something again. Today's not the greatest day for options analytics because there aren't any. Everything's like net neutral, right? And so all the price movement just comes from sporadic positions popping up that are larger than the underlying. Yeah, it's the worst. I'm sorry we couldn't free your husband, ma'am. To be fair, I wasn't sure when to talk. I've only passed the exam. I'm tired of these motherfucking bounces on my motherfucking GN. Alright, fair. Losing 50 again, not good for the Bulls. Just, I don't think it really matters. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I mean, there's plenty of delta at 50 on longer dated positions outside of the 0 DTEs. So that should have some stabilizing effect, and that's why the 5150 level is important today. Should we hold it here? Um, but as far as like 0 DTs go, I don't know if it matters if we lose 5150. Like we could lose it and then just move right back above it again. They got VIX to 14. Yep. Mm. Mm. Eh, that's kind of boring. Pull back. No. Maybe after the gap fill. Which we have not filled. Mm. Mm. Google charts shows. Oh, sorry. Vol's still picking up a little bit. Uh, Interesting. Apple's turning around. Nvidia's turning around a little. Meta's bouncing. And then we still have the 20-year auction at 1 o'clock. No accumulation of put interests. Yeah, although I guess they could buy the 40. It could be advantageous. Hmm. How do atheists explain the Immaculate Conception? I don't want to talk about Joseph the first cock. An affair that really got out of hand. I mean, you'd think he would have been suspicious when 3 other dudes showed up to the birth. Don't forget the donkey. I'm stuck in a call for a while. Are we topped out and heading back down if we break 5150? No, we're not topped out, but we could head back down. I'm gonna try to explain this one more time, and then I'm gonna stop. All the gamma's like flat, okay? And so if positioning pops up somewhere, we'll move towards it. If that closes, we'll move towards the other positioning, right? It's price is very slippery. I can just slide back and forth on this like a little slip and slide. I wasn't getting a Hummer under my desk. You think I would do that here on the stream? That's crazy. What's a gamer cup? Double direction slip and slide. Genius. Market that. Today's not a great day for predicting the markets. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that holding 5150 is pretty bullish. How long that'll last is a good question. And we have some out of the money call interest. That came in with the auction up to 75. So if we can get above 60, Gamma gets more positive. It's flat here. Under 45, it's negative to 25. Atheists don't have to explain the theological bullshit. That's the whole point about being an atheist. I wish the out of the money calls were cheaper. Yeah, they're kind of overpriced. They also may just never go in the money, which is kind of annoying. Getting some more call buying. A bit more. Mm. Ask the Archangel Gabriel Plotkin, who came down from the heavens and stole everyone's money. Christians be like, bro, that's gay. Then be like, there's a dude in the sky that loves you. Yeah. I'm not sure that the dude in the sky that loves you is the gayest thing in Christianity, but it's up there. Let's talk about Jesus's chiseled abs. Why does it look like a man who was a carpenter in the Middle East and probably ate a diet of like oats or something? I don't know what the fuck they ate back then. It wasn't good. Why does it look like he just got off like a tren cycle? If Jesus gave you a bro kiss, would that be a sin? They had more abs back then. Isn't that your diet though? Oats and tren? No. Jesus had a Peloton. Oats and apples. Closer. The fuck did I just do? Oh. Huh. IWM's just going parabolic right now. Some more call buying up to 75. Seems like a pretty clear shot. Yeah. Yes, resistance 52.19, 52.20. Interesting. Regained the trend from yesterday. Almost a reversal back to the pre-market high here. Pretty close. Fucking still de-risking shit. It will probably take them all day. Ugh. I don't want to wait for that. Would it be a sin to subscribe to Jesus's OnlyFans? Huh. Are they also buying the 51.45p? No, they're closing short puts. There's just puts at 51.45, but there's not a lot of volume on them right now. Fuck weak bulls, fuck weak bears, win diamond hand long puts and calls. Does the rejection have some steam? Nope. Do y'all think Jesus drinks his own wine? Or is auto cannibalism a sin? I, I think the wine is supposed. I don't think it's like directly his wine. It's a metaphor. It's metaphorical wine. Volume's low as fuck. I should have kept sniffing glue. Yeah. And today's already been far more exciting than I thought it would have been. But still boring, unfortunately. It's literally his blood. I miss the overnight AM goodies. Rate decision tomorrow? Goddamn. Yep. What would 75 put us at? That'd be like yesterday's high, just a little lower than yesterday's high. Uh, was this SLD? No? What could NQ run to? 441. That'd be dope. Even 439 would be pretty cool. There's another push. Let's see where this is getting us. Market makers should be acting in a supportive capacity here. Yeah, Delta's inching up. I mean, personally, I think they're gonna try to at least get 60. 60, there's some resistance after that. But I feel like if we've moved up that far, might as well try for 75, right? The biggest problem here is if we continue to see de-risking, um, especially on lower vol. Big spike in QQQ volume. How am I looking at QQQ twice? There we go. Odds of a hard pump to 5,200 today. I mean, the calls definitely aren't there right now. Gap on SPX from yesterday at 350 filled. Yeah. I think wasn't there still one other one? Oh, no. We filled that one yesterday. Back to everyone's favorite level, 5162. Hmm. Alright. I just went down a rabbit hole of looking up how Catholics explain away cannibalism, and the twisting of logic made me dizzy. Understandable. Please don't let today's 62 be yesterday's. Yeah, I hope not. That would suck. Why aren't you playing this? I have 5150 straddle from yesterday, the call side. I kind of want to close it though. If I do close it, guaranteed we hit 5175, right? If I don't close it, we'll reject off 62 to 5130. Close it. This is de-risking levels they couldn't push through yesterday. Not really. We're almost back to where we traded the end of the day yesterday, though. If we get back above 62, then yeah. Then they're pushing for the shit they couldn't get out yesterday. Do you touch on Beyond and its potential moving forward? I mean, they put up a shelf offering. Liquidity is the antithesis of being on Reg Show. However, I'm not sure they've actually offered anything yet. And for now, Beyond is still on Reg Show. How was the 12-month auction? No tail. It came in at 4.8. Which means the bond market's still pricing cuts a year out into 2025. 2 cuts? So the bond market's pricing in 3 cuts. By Q1 2025. 5162 getting smoked today? Maybe. There's resistance here still. People don't like to buy the 60 call for some fucking weird reason. But there's a pretty decent ramp. I don't see it as being a huge problem. Ooh. Uh, let's see. Next resistance on ES 5230, which is the one that we got fucked on yesterday. It's about $7 above spot. Pretty clean breakout of the resistance though. Popped right through the two sell walls at 5220 and 5219. As far as profit taking, not too much of a breakdown in positioning. There's been a little bit of profit taking here at the peak, but it's not like excessive or anything. Dow getting hit. Tesla Bull's not getting anything from this pump. I mean, Tesla failed the test of GM. It's pretty bearish. It'll probably have a hard time recovering from the sell-off. If it does, right? Let's say if it gets back over 172.50, maybe it's got a chance again. I could buy this back for my max loss, or my minimum loss. That's pretty fucking close. QQQ's picking up a little bit. The dollar's pulling back a little. 10 years back around 4.30. it seems wise to get the rest of this pump in before the next auction, right? Like if the goal is to tap 75, that's better to do it now. Next auction's at 1 o'clock, and that's the 20-year, which has probably a much better chance of printing a tail, especially since it's down today so much. How big's the resistance at 62? It's not crazy. It's mostly just that there's a call wall higher. So there's like a call wall at 65, and then 70 doesn't have like a great amount of interest, and then above 70, we kind of ramp up to 80, and then after 80, gamma starts to fall off into 85, and then it basically disappears into 90. No, so gamma falls off after the 80. So we had 75 was the peak, 85 is the peak now. So it goes like 8, or sorry, 80 is the peak now. So it's like 80, 85, 90, and then kind of flat. $70, $75, $65. So probably 80 or 75, 80. Oh shit. We could have made another 15-20% leaving the calls open. Yeah, but we were so choppy. I mean, it's understandable not doing that. That's not whether it's smart to close or to let the loser run. 8 DTE. Um, With the FOMC coming up, it's riskier, right? You don't like dead legs can stay dead a really long time after FOMC. So I'd rather be out of the position. The only reason I kept the 5150s open on my SPX straddle today was because I figured we would at least get a test of 5150 if we opened above 5125. I didn't expect them to go in the money. And even here I have a stop on them. Like I'm not taking a lot of chances with it. Leaving calls open would have triggered Volmageddon. Yeah. You getting closer dated straddles for FOMC? Yes. Yeah. Shorter dated. And I probably won't buy them till tomorrow. Why is USD JPY going up when BOJ increased rates? Is it because they left it open to 0%? Yeah, yes. Also because buying in the JGB market, right? Everyone who's short yen has to effectively commit to YCC now. So the Bank of Japan, by choosing a 0% range, the Bank of Japan effectively is forcing yen shorts to go long the JGBs. Where so yields are getting driven down, JGB values going up, and that's putting pressure on yen. There's a longer dated call wall up at 5200, and it's pretty big. When do we get to testing that one? We may never test it. I think it's mostly sold anyway. This pump is losing steam. It's not, and it's in a pretty stable position too. I would say, if anything, it can probably get another leg up or more. And then FOMC, is there one single place that you'd recommend that lists relevant events? I like trading economics. That's pretty good. Most brokerages have an economic calendar too for like macro events. That feels pretty amazingly cunning. What? So if I carry trade, bros are forced to buy JGBs, and BOJ doesn't want their currency to be a shitcoin. What do? Well, I mean, they get their debt purchased, right? So, so it's a win-win until they raise rates to a positive rate. At which point, all of the debt that got purchased devalues, right? It's an interesting move from the Bank of Japan. I mean, they're gonna want to raise rates with rising inflation. They're just taking the safe they're taking a very conservative route, which is fine. But over time, I mean, yen value is likely going to be driven up. Does IWM have enough steam to break delta neutral today? Possibly. Yeah. Indexes are getting pretty strong moves here. I hear Piggles Picks makes good lists for these relevant events. I mean, yeah, I do. I try to keep everyone informed on what's going to be important and what's not. Although lately nothing's really all that important, right? The FOMC meeting tomorrow will be very important. It's just the outcome of it's an unknown. Are there a lot of guys in New York wearing Nike ski masks? No? That'd be weird. Yeah, I wonder if the ban on owning equities from the Fed also prevents them from owning derivatives. Nvidia's green on the day. That's a crazy fucking move. We're breaking up above 65, so this should be hitting that 70, 75, 80 ramp here. 70 is the last real resistance till we hit 80. I mean, Beyond's still on Reg Show, and as far as I'm aware, they have yet to sell any shares, but they did get shorted really hard. You don't get it? The new electrons are a quantum leap in computing. Can you give us a quick overview of the politics of Haiti and Cuba and why those two countries both appear to be collapsing at the same time? Well, kind of for different reasons. Cuba's more economically based. Haiti's more political. So, since the assassination of Haiti's president, I think it was Moisha. I don't remember how to pronounce it, but they haven't had an elected president, right? And so the legitimacy of like the government currently is widely disputed, and the power vacuum is creating a lot of like gang violence and anarchy, basically. There's been some attempts to intervene, but so far they've been widely unsuccessful. I would say that it's basically in a state of collapse, right? Like it's a failed state. Cuba just has, I mean, they've got a terrible economic crisis right now. And, you know, part of that's the US's fault, most of it. But the government hasn't managed the economy very well. They've got like food shortages and medical problems, and um, I know there's been some like protests and unrest, but I wouldn't say that the government has failed yet or anything like that. It's mostly just they're in a really bad economic situation. All of their cars are 1950s Chevys. Yeah, fair enough. So little resistance at 70, and not much though. And if it breaks up here, it can go up to 75.80. Nice. That was a fucking awesome return on this. Any resistance on futures? A bid at 235. It should be just above resistance. But that's our test of the the bull signal there. This could pull back a bit on the test. Another higher low would be interesting. Let's see what's going on with call positioning. Let's see if, like, this is still bullish consolidation. Positionally, there's still room to move to the upside about $10 more. Mechanically, the market maker would very much like this back at like 150, 152. Getting pretty blown out. Interesting that they went for this intraday. 30-year yield is up now. Top end of the curve is starting to move up on yields. Looks like those are getting a little bit of a bounce, and the dollar's finding support right here, like 103.83. Curious. Huh. Right. Futures resistance is moving a little bit towards the money, although this haven't seemed to matter much today in the face of the call buying. We've got. Ooh, interesting. Alright, so we got a bit of a breakdown in the $80 calls. Give me a second. I'm trying to see where profits are being taken. So I think the 85.90, starting to see maybe a little bit of profit taking. More importantly, we're seeing profit taking on all the in the money strikes. That might be kind of bearish. Yeah, I'm gonna wait out the auction. before I make any decisions. But stalling here, I guess, till the auction, and then if there's no tail, I think we could probably get the rest of the push up to like 5180, 80, 85. I don't like the in the money call side profit taking. That's not a good look. Um Preparing to de-risk 50, maybe? It's possible. I mean, I would say if there's a tail, that's probably what they'll go for. Yeah, alright, we got 4 minutes. I'll set myself up with an order here. I'll sell the 75. I'd rather sell the 75.80. This one's done. Let's see what my video's doing. Yeah, futures seem to be settling out just below the trend too. Hmm. Bulls don't seem confident here. I mean, they're taking some profits before the auction. I don't know if that necessarily belies a lack of confidence. It's just good position management. All those 45s and 50s just went super deep in the fucking money. I'm stopped out of my straddle now, too. Unfortunately, back here, but still not bad. Why are so many Russell short ETFs on RegShare right now? Russell's got a massive short position on it. It's like everyone's hedge for higher for longer. Technically, that's what JPAS is supposed to say. Higher for longer, right? Yeah. All right. Here we go. Thanks for the callouts. You got it, man. Congratulations, dude. 20-year before auction, 5.62. It's only a $13 billion auction. High yield 5.42, so no tail. Looks like we're going to test the high. Mm. Jesus Christ, NVIDIA puts are still way too fucking expensive. Quite a pushback on futures, couple hundred blocks to the downside. All right, so let's see what's not so great about this auction. Bid to cover, so 13 billion, not very big. 94.02% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 9.35%. Bid to cover 2.79. That's not too bad. Decent amount of demand, although it doesn't appear to be affecting dollar very much. What are you thinking for close today? 5160.70 again? The MM's pretty blown out here. They would probably prefer 55.50. But we'll see if this like stabilizes. A lot of delta falling off. Like, there's a lot of selling, basically. At least below VWAP, I can take my 200% and run. Yeah, falling just shy of the 75 test there wasn't particularly bullish. Neither is the uptick in volatility here. When there's less supportive call positioning now because there was so much profit taking. If we lose 60, we fall back into like negative gamma. And the flip points and probably gamma neutral have both moved up. I'm not sleeping. The ball's still picking up. Inverse V time? Yeah, maybe. Futures is starting to sell off a bit on the rejection. That marks a lower high for today than yesterday. Once we confirm the breakdown, it marks a lower high for today than yesterday. Again, not particularly bullish. At least in the long run. Market's about to crash. I don't know about crash. Correction seems more likely. In during that correction, something could break in the credit markets, and that could cause a problem. But otherwise, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Glorp descending head and tail. Interesting. The video's failing. Put a fall back. Below 36. Fuck, man. Puts are still pretty expensive. Mm-hmm. This is stabilizing. It's pricing up really fast. FOMC meetings tomorrow at 2. Well, the announcement's at 2. The presser, I think, starts at 2:30. Call side pressure is staying pretty high here. Delta's kind of flattening out. Yeah, holding 65 is still really important. If we can't hold 65, this is probably gonna dump. Still look like there's a bit of futures pressure to the downside. There's some sellers around like 22, 52.27, 52.25. Buy side's not very strong. I'm surprised we haven't seen anybody de-risk yet. We're getting like pretty sporadic but large drops in total delta, which is generally something you see when people are kind of selling off at the top. There's still a little bit of a ramp at 70, 75 though. 60 and like 55 have almost sold off completely. Tiny bit of put buying. 75 and then 60, 55, 50. Pretty low volume across the board though. Dollar hasn't really fallen very dramatically. What's interesting is that because of the JGB buying, right, they're kind of artificially inflating the dollar. Oh shit. I just found 0.001 of a Bitcoin. Nice. I'm gonna sell that. That is not $8 million. What's that, like $100? Is $65. If they get 70, the ramp reinvigorates a little bit. Just to 75 though. That's launch? Yeah. I freaking forgot I even had this wallet. I was like digging for like the removed apps on my phone and I found it. So it could be more. Fucking, I have a bunch of brokerage accounts that have money in them that I don't use. I got a fucking Robinhood account here with like $2,000 in it. I didn't even know this existed. Oh, what? I didn't fucking opt in for 5% so I don't get any money? That's bullshit. How's the entire GME floating it? No. Kirk's like a squirrel burying nuts everywhere and then forgetting. No, it has 5.5 shares of Home Depot. I have thousands of shit coins buried all over the place. I should check my FTX account. In 20 years, the Coinstar machines aren't going to take physical change. Just all the shit coins people piled up. Do you still have your CX shares? No. Mild bullishness. Maybe just a second top. There's way less volume on this. A lot of the 75s have already sold off. Yeah, gamma's still lower than it, or delta's still lower than it was at the peak. My $100 port is gone. Oh no. How are you gonna get that back? It's got a YouTube ad for an MBS ETF. Down's imminent. Imminent. Well, maybe imminent. Deposit $100. Time is at 1:30. I think if we test 75, I'm gonna sell one more call. Do you think we could test 50 today? It's kind of extreme, but it's possible. If we lose 65, yes. Momentum's falling off. It's starting to turn a bit bearish. Yeah, it's not impossible. A little bit of big shorting. Euro's down against the dollar. It's up against the dollar. Dollar's up against JPY, yuan. 3 and 6 month are up. Wheat's moving pretty quick. Oil's still up. Interesting. It's getting more sold calls. $70 interest is starting to fall off now. Yeah, Nordstrom's is seeking private equity or something. Are you adding anything to Beyond, or is it dead? I only have $66 in the play. I'm not over leveraged. I have no idea if it's dead or not. It's still on Reg Show. It doesn't appear that they've sold any of the underlying yet. Seems to have found support at like 750, which is pretty close to where the bottom of the sold calls was. Is top dead? Possibly. Are you still in TLT? I'm still short TLT, yeah. What did your wizard eyes see on top this morning? Just looked like liquidity was getting ample enough that they could short it back down again, and so far there's been no news, right? So I didn't want to take the chance of overholding. Alright, if the 70 stops acting as support and the rest of the 65s take profit here, that should open up the downside range a little bit. We're not getting a lot of calls coming in. Seem to be mostly sold. Nvidia's running into some resistance at 890, 900 again. QQQ is kind of underperforming today anyway, but it's kind of double topping too. Commodities are flat today. Core 1 month is rocketing up. It's moved up almost 10% today. That's unusual. Carry's still flat. A little bit more vol shorting. How do you rocket core 1 month and boost VIX? That means that equity vol is dropping. It's just that equity vol and index vol are both dropping. All the volatility is being shorted. I'm surprised they've been able to grind Dixie down all day. I mean, they've barely put a dent in it. Part of the reason for that is because everyone's still buying Japanese bonds. So the yen's just getting pushed down relative to the dollar. Also, like, the European economic news this morning wasn't very good. So the euro's down against the dollar too. I think this breaks out. Let's see. There's really nowhere for it to go. There's only a few calls above us. We've got future sellers 38 and 40. And they're picking up. Now future sellers at spot too. Pretty decent chunk of them. Bulls don't know where to go. They only know that they can't go down. I mean, there's a lot of profit taking going on here. $51.80 is kind of shrinking. 85's falling off a bit. I think there's also some call selling, which might be more of the short vol that we're seeing than put selling. Yeah, there's been a pretty decent amount of call selling going on since, like, like 1250. So almost most of the time we've been up here. It's about right here. Total premium on calls is like negative 150 million. Net. Ooh. Big move in puts. Very big move. Is that put buying? Huh. I don't know. Let's see if it lasts or it's just getting netted off. Because if that's accurate, then like over a million put delta just dumped off. 10 million? 10 million put delta. Or bought in. Yeah, that would be bought in. But let me see if it stays. Sometimes this can throw some weird numbers and they don't always persist. Still looks like it's there. Sorry, that was me. Bear time. Is there Fidelity right now? Can you take a look at the TNS? See if there was a big put volume move. I just want to confirm the data. Do you think so? 75 did happen. 15,000 puts at 5,200. That's a lot. Well, this was fun. Good job, Bulls. I highly doubt they're sold. Along with 20,000 calls at 5,200. Those are probably sold. Your face is sold. Got me. Synth short, what do? It's a good question. We're going to find out what it's going to do here in a second. guess the market maker could kind of eat it all up. Hmm. Ooh, generational dip buying opportunity on the 1 minute. Hmm. I don't think it's an in the money synth long. The market maker hedge is up around like around 58 now. Yeah, that shift in delta was definitely real. That's crazy. BNED best play ever. Did it go back below 50 cents? Ah. Oh, my covered calls to print. BNED's been pretty awesome. You just weren't around for the move, the 100% move up the first time. Possible grind up from here if bulls stabilize. Well, I mean, but into what? It's 27,000 volume, both calls and puts at the 5,200. It looks like. Were bears trying a big swat down like they did yesterday, except it didn't work? No, I don't think so. I think they're just buying a bunch of synthetic shorts. That might not be the bears buying them, though, right? Could be the bulls. Buy a bunch of synthetic shorts and then de-risk all your short puts. It's a pretty good play if your positions move the markets. Those synthetic shorts aren't fucking cheap, though. It's $80 million. Pretty good chance of profitability, too. Yeah, you only really lose money on it if we go above 5,200. There's 0 DTEs. So if you're really sure we're not going up, that's a great play. If we go back to 5150, by the end of the day, it's like 50 million in profit. Did you ditch your beyond exposure? No, I have synth longs on it at 8. That's like the only exposure I have. That position's already made $6 million. That's fucking crazy. I wish I had 80 grand to throw at synth long, or 80 million to throw at synth longs. Just 0 DTE, drop $81 million. Can I ask how AJ got timed out so quickly today? I don't remember. No. Whoever entered that position has the potential. They have the potential to make a lot more than 50 million, but on a test of 5150, the position would make 52,867,196 dollars. If we tested 5100, they'd make 200 million or 188 million. That's it. Yeah, no biggie. Just 2.7 billion in margin. Yeah, Lawrence. What's the delta on that? So, yeah, so here the delta on that is negative 2.6 million. And it caps out around 2.7 million if we fall below 5150. But delta at spot increases as time decays. So right now, even if we trade flat, the delta on the position's going up. That's weird. It keeps like shifting back and forth. How much gamma is that? Hmm. Cents short. That's a cent short. Well, I think it's a cent short. Given the amount of put side delta, I would say it's cents short. Cent short. I'm guessing someone got some of their SLD deposits back. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're right around the settlement period today and tomorrow. That guy's a total Chad. That guy's actually killing it right now. It's like a 54% chance of profit, too. Who's the Chad Bear? I don't know, but they got a lot of fucking money. No risk desk would allow that play if they didn't have a good reason for it. I mean, from a profitability standpoint, it looks pretty good. I think the biggest risk in the position's in slippage. Risk desk? They're $20 in the money. JFresh is my risk desk. Although I can't say I agree with selling 27,000 naked calls for 15 cents a piece. Although, I guess it shaves off 400 grand. RC YOLOing GME's treasure chest on this? Maybe. I'm pretty sure the chance of profitability only increases as the day continues too. And if volatility goes up. Like if vol moves up to like 2%, chance of profitability goes up to like 56. Wait, why is that? Hold on. Oh, before expiration. That's why. Huh. This is very interesting. Well, it crushes all the like positive gamma spot, right? And then just keeps crushing it or as theta decays. It's a kind of a smart position. It's pretty baller. Although maybe a scary bounce when they close it. Can't you just ghost it to a smaller degree? Yeah, I could. I probably wouldn't sell the call though. I don't want the fucking $5 move risk. Would they cash settle? That's possible. I'm sure if they hit their PT they will. Long futures to go DN and let it settle. I didn't see an equivalent buy on futures. So if they're hedging it with futures, they probably have a trigger. What's really cool about it is what it does to the dealer hedge, right? So we're kind of just sitting up there, right on top of the 5170s with a massive pile of 5175s, right? And these are providing some charm support and some delta, and these have a shitload of gamma, right? And by opening that position, they just crush all of that. It's just like a massive dump of negative delta at the money that increases as time passes. There's no collar roll or anything like that today either. Jesus fucking Christ. Ooh, what's going on here? Someone's trying to pump the video. Fucking a million volume on the video. Dude, shit's getting weird. I like it. Is everyone getting ready to crash the market tomorrow? Vol for Pred 2024. Nvidia keynote bull positions being rescued? Yeah, probably. Did the put position close on the BS? BS? Why would they close it? No? They might increase it. These BS candles? Oh. I mean, unfortunately for Nvidia, the index is still much bigger than it. Kind of looks like someone on Nvidia is just trying to squeeze out the short calls. Is anything else like running like crazy? Amazon or Apple? No. Meta? Just on Nvidia, huh? Weird. Tesla got a little bit of a bounce. Google's got like a little bit of a spike too. Not nearly as much volume. Hmm. NVIDIA CFO, there might be supply constraints. So the stock goes up. I wonder if the guy who bought the synthetic short knew that news was coming out. Right? QQQ double top. NVIDIA forecasts annual market opportunity in data centers of 250 billion. Check SMCI. Interesting. So, let me get this straight. Someone puts a massive synthetic short on the SPX. And then 30 minutes later, NVIDIA announces 250 billion a year in annual revenue. The announcement was an hour ago. That's not as much fun. Yeah, the synth short was entered at 144. The market is honest and efficient. It's an extra large 3-letter agency, hence the 4th letter, right, Kenny? 5150 puts look good end of day. Maybe. It was just you, wasn't it? Your bear calls were looking scared. Oh, those are just for fun. I mean, they're like fucking $1 each. Does the Blackwell cost 125 billion? It doesn't matter. It takes the entire Army Corps of Engineers to move it from one state to the next. What does SMCI even do? They're like professional Lego assemblers. Some Microsoft guy on telly saying we'll make inference efficient enough to run on regular CPUs and not need any B200s. Let the games begin. Yep. Everybody's gonna come in with their big curly straws and suck up Nvidia's moat. Is it going into FOMC with big Vega exposure, just 50 bips out of the money, kind of sus? There's zero DTEs. Curly straws? More like boba straws? Wait, you mean if there are more competitors in the same space as Nvidia who's already priced at the entire 2030 AI estimated valuation? Yeah. AMD to Nvidia, if I have a milkshake and you have a milkshake. Did you just slurp without Grim2 being here? He's here. He's always here. My milkshake brings all the mega caps to the yard. Imagine buying 1,000,000 shares of Nvidia and being immediately underwater. Oof. I can imagine buying 100 Fubo shares and immediately being underwater. Almost the same thing. No, not the same thing at all. Some news about SMCI delaying their share offering right about on this bounce it just had. Of course. They're pulling out all the stops. When are the analyst upgrades gonna come? Somebody bought a put position on SPX. Someone needs to upgrade Microsoft to 1,200 a share. Tonight. Who will it be? B of A, Wells Fargo, Citigroup. We get all the tech upgrades tomorrow. I see. Didn't Goldman upgrade Nvidia to 1,000 yesterday? So they projected a price target for Nvidia between 1,700 and $254. There's a little bit of support on futures at 232 still. It's keeping this from selling off. Positioning hasn't moved around much. Are bears gonna have to come back in here? Maybe. We'll see. Most of the positioning's still at 70, 75, so a little bit at 80. Although I'm not seeing a big 80 position here. Why is that? It puts at 80? Ooh. Momentum's starting to turn on the like, mid-range time frames. This might be the push for 75, though. They're really buying quite a lot of calls. I don't know how much effect it'll have. But at least for now, the gamma's helping. Yeah, Delta's still a lot lower than it was at the peak. Hedge is dragging up. Top looks like it's about at 51.80. It's not moving up. Might not even test 75. We need to gap over it, probably. Give me a second. All right, what's happening? I'm not dead. I'm just making tzatziki, and I got wrapped up in it. So I left here, right? When this was it this bounce? Yeah, it was this bounce. Let me see if anything's changed. Looks like they're adding to the synth short a little bit, very little, but it does look like they've added to it a bit. It's interesting that most of the gamma on that position is at spot. Let me see if anything else has changed. Market maker hedges around 162. Delta's flat. Nothing significant. Power hour is about to start up. No, what I'm not seeing is any big changes in out of the money calls. Still looks like 75, 80, 85. Yep. Yeah. Well, there's the effect of adding more to that. Okay. Well, enjoy this. This should be fun. I'll be right All right, I'm done. It's not frozen. Hmm. That's pretty good. Oh shit. One sec. Under 60 would be glorious. Looks like we're getting a little bounce back here. But momentum's kind of pulling back, so we'll see where this goes over the next like 30 minutes. It doesn't look particularly bullish. I wouldn't say it's super bearish either, unless we lose 65, but we're very close to 65. I need to start looking out on tomorrow's expiry because a lot of the stabilization is going to be from puts for FO, like, well, neutral positioning for FOMC tomorrow. Hmm. All right, so there's a ramp to the upside. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of options for tomorrow. 5170 is negative, but there's a ramp from 75 to 90. There's call walls at 60 and 65, puts at 55, another call wall at 50, then puts from 45 to 30 where there's the last call wall, and then under 5120 it's just all puts down to 4925. Jesus. So we're kind of in the middle of the straddles, but I would expect more at the money puts are going to come in. It looks like a lot of the call positioning's already in place. Did you say 4? Yeah. 49.25. Taste this fucking thing. Hmm. I mean, that's just 0 DT positioning for tomorrow. I just need SPX to close at 51.69.99. We'll see. I made kebabs and tzatziki and spanakopita. Ricotta in the spanakopita? Oh god, no. Feta. Feta, spinach, onion, garlic. Thanks, Katie. Feeling pretty Italian? Those are all Greek foods. I was making Greek food. God damn it, actual Dan, you retracted your message. I was making Greek food in honor of Michelangelo. Who the fuck keeps confusing Greeks and Italians? It was actual Dan. He said he'd been staring at Michelangelo all day, and he didn't understand why looking at historical Greeks wasn't helping his trading. And then he retracted my evidence. What does Greek food have to do with the Ninja Turtles? Everything? Margin rescinded. I will say that tzatziki right out of the gate like this is not the best. It's much better to let it sit. Dude, I'm not putting ricotta in spanakopita. It's not tzatziki or siki. It's sa. Tzatziki. I put tzatziki in bugles. It's the best snack. That's terrible. I can't handle any more of chat today. Goodbye. I'll see you in a bit, Lawrence. Why would you settle for 51.60? Do bears have momentum? They're starting to get some. I don't know how we deal with the giant call walls underneath us, but we'll see. Covering on Beyond? It's bouncing. Hmm. What's beyond liquidity looking like? It looks like they shorted the fuck out of it last night. And now they're not shorting it today. Hmm. I need to learn to make my own phyllo dough. Did you kind of ever destroy anything while you were streaming? My TV. One second. Sorry, I keep having to like run and pull the down lever. I mean, check my door. Powell's not going to change his tone. Too much political-ish stuff going on to make any promises. I mean, he's going to create some geopolitical shit if he doesn't. Well, we're picking up some bearish momentum. I wouldn't say puts are coming in heavily, but we lost 65. which was a critical support for the bulls. Even tomorrow, that's a very important support. How up is that position now? 16 million. %73% chance of profit. What are we installing dreadlocks for? Are they blowing all their liquidity on GME pre-earnings? Not at all. XRT is about as far off of reg show as it can feasibly get. Is BNet dead? Not enough, unfortunately. Still waiting for my 50-cent covered calls to go out of the money. Why would it be Michael Burry? Beyond was still on reg show last night. Yeah, BNet can reverse split, but ideally they won't. Yeah, I don't know if the wall here matters that much, right? If there's sellers on futures. It's not that big. It's moderate. What are the tips on Beyond looking like? Here, quick, screenshot it. Well, there's no $200 a share on Beyond. You delusional fucks. God damn it. Who's saying that? This is why we can't have nice things. Exactly. We just want 15 too high. 1250, maybe. Guys. The SPX made the gamma symbol. That's a noose. What do your eyes see? Us chopping at 65 until we lose support? If we lose support? No, it's gamma because see the entry is higher than the exit. Gamma does a little swish. Can you crank it again? I mean, stir the tzatziki sauce. You ask so much from me. And you're not even a pigeon whale anymore. Hmm. It's just to teach myself a lesson in over leveraging. All right. I just went to get tea. No, like green tea? Not hot goss. Making some really interesting structural patterns here on the way down. We've got an H and a Y. God tier TA. Holy shit. HY is up 7% today. What do you think of Southern sweet tea? It's disgusting. I saw a woman pump 11 squirts of syrup to sweeten her tea. Was it already sweet? Do you think Neo's a buy here? No. There's so much sugar in sweet tea, like more than anyone would think, unless they've made it before. I've seen someone making like Georgia sweet tea, and it was like half a pitcher of sugar, half a pitcher of tea, stir until blended. Mm, no, but that's because the strikes are weird. I'm gonna let the fact that you ignored my "is dick beard growing on you yet" comment go. because it's our month anniversary, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt. XOXO, Dickbeard Capital, also known as just Dave. Last week to get in our 500K introductory buy-in. That's 500,000 people, not dollars. Yeah, if your sweet tea doesn't have non undissolved solids in it, is it really sweet tea? Hey, Apple finally broke above that call wall at 175. Mm, this might sell off a little bit more here. Maybe. That doesn't look great. That's getting into the weird bearish part again. What the fuck is going on with that? 52.30? So we're right on top of the call resistance, which is retreating back to 52.25. Then there's a big fat buy wall between like 52.20 and 52.25. Or it just keeps going up. Hold on. Close. Rejected 67. Hi, you. Hi, V. It's spelled wrong. Hi, C. Ryu. Hadoken? If you can't crystallize your own rock candy, see, I said it would sell off. Rock candy from your sweet tea, it's not sweet tea. That's accurate. Yeah. Well, now it's definitely a U, right? Heavy supermarkets are going to IPO? I don't know what... we're waiting for the rest of the message. Make it sell all the way up. The messages I over leveraged again. Port number what? You don't want to know? Is it more greater than 50? Maybe it's B. Oh, BYU, Brigham Young University. It's the Mormons. That's the alma mater of San Francisco former quarterback Steve Young. The market's going to do a Hail Mary and a close. See, this is how you grow the stream. How are we bringing religion back in? It's always there, creeping. How do atheists explain a Hail Mary and a close? Will the market crash if dots change to a higher endpoint? 2026? Jesus. I mean, if they push it out that far, that's really bad. I was thinking they pushed the first rate cut out to like end of 2024 or 2025. Look at this vol short coming in hot. Hmm. $20 left. I have a feeling that the end of day today is going to be really weird. There's a lot of puts at 5160. Hmm. Gamma flip has moved up. All right. This shit is weird. Hmm. Maybe it's 12 million. Wait, upside resistance? A little bit. Weird sell off again. The keynote was yesterday for the NVIDIA GTC. I got 8 tickets on the end of the day roller coaster. Let's fucking go. It could either be really spicy or boring as fuck. I think both are a distinct possibility. God, this has been going on since fucking 12:30. I entered 5165p at 12:30. Did you close them here? If not rate cuts and higher for longer, will we go to 5140 or 5200? Go to 6000. Hmm. So the synth long was entered at 1345. And we haven't broken 75 since then. Hmm. One second. High of the day. Hmm. What a higher high than yesterday. Does that make it less bearish for the week? It's still lower than the prior week. I think our high from last week was what was it 89 or 79? I think it was 79. Hmm. Slightly higher high on futures. One tick higher than yesterday. Hmm. pump this shit into close. Ooh. Ooh, unless this is the synth future closing. Let me look. Oh, I don't know, because there's no fucking data for the last 20 minutes. Might be. I think he was lagging this. It's weird. Yeah, it is. A shitload of volume. Um, Future sellers at 52.45. That's kind of capped out. And no call side support on futures down to like 52.27. So everyone's taking profits. We could still stay here, like pinned to this. So much for neutral positioning. Wow, we're pushing into the top of it. 280. We're still puts at 70. 70 and 65. Hmm. That's weird. There's no calls at 5180 on the 0DT. Four minutes left. Huh. I don't think this is gonna fail. We're just gonna keep buying the 1DT. Unless something sells off, but I don't know what would sell off. The 80s are gone. Only the 75s are left. So unless we slip 75, we'll probably stay up here. Like, we'll probably close right here. I think that synth short closed. That's what drove us up. Why wouldn't they just cash settle it? Wow, 20 million. I can think of 20 million reasons. The biggest one, because of a bounce. Oh, shit. It's 75? Nope. Three, two, one. Ding ding. Now everything can sell off. Happy New Year. All right, so we broke back through the top of most of the long-term trends here. We got a new high there. Still lower than last week's high, but not much. Or wait, well, on futures it is, but I think on SPX it's a new high, right? Or is it just the same? 180.31, 179.87. So it's a new high on SPX. So the week is slightly higher, a couple cents. Anyway, probably doesn't matter much. Neutral positioning skewed to the upside going into FOMC tomorrow. Maybe they're gonna try to pump for 5,200 before the meeting. That's something I would watch out for. They're definitely well positioned for it, and there's a lot of money up there that needs bailed out. This way, if the Fed is hawkish, it's much farther to fall to under 5,000. Well, also, Vega risk doesn't increase as rapidly on a sell-off, right? Which gives them more time to bail out of short put positions before they go underwater. Anyway, that's where we're at today. I think that synth long closed out, and I think that's what kind of kick-started this pump into close. because they were up roughly 21 million at the bottom there. And if they held into close, they would have been down 23 million. So I have a pretty good feeling that they closed that out. Also, like, um, there were some big moves in the options data into the end of the day as well. But that also could have been just Delta coming in for tomorrow. That's hard to say. Anyway, commodities down just a tick today. USD still up on the yen. 1.17. US dollar fell a little bit more into close around 103.81. Yields stayed pretty steady. They're not really going anywhere. And they pulled back a little bit from yesterday's highs, but nothing significant. That'll all be waiting on the Fed meeting. Correlation just kept breaking down throughout the day. I think it moved up almost 12, like 1 month core moved up almost 12% today, which is that's a pretty big move. Generally, you don't see a move that big on a breakdown, let alone on an upside move. It's even weirder. So some breakdown in the dispersion trade or just vol being shorted everywhere, right? Both on equities and in indexes. Carry trade leverage is pretty flat. The yield curve eased up a bit, but the yield on vol stayed pretty much the same. I don't think Move has updated yet, but maybe there's some more increased bond volatility because of tomorrow. Skew yesterday had ticked up a little, and correlation with VIX is up. Well, it gained back that 2% that fell off yesterday. And we are pricing in 63 points of rate cuts into the end of 2024 right now. RSP and Dow were pretty supportive today. IWM ran a bit, although not nearly as much as ES. And NQ also lagged, which was kind of interesting. Most of that with tech falling off into the back half of the day. Futures might sell off a little bit into tomorrow morning. This isn't a great neutral position for the bears, and most of their positioning is around 51.50. So I think either they're going to try to push and gap 5200 overnight, and then try to position there into FOMC, or this fails like 5233 on like maybe like on tonight's Chinese data, and then we might see bears push back for their neutral positioning down at like 5100 or 5150. I think that's about it. Yeah. All right. Likely either flat or grind up overnight. I feel like both positions would be advantaged by a larger move overnight. Like I think bears are really far out of the money from where their put positioning is. And most of the neutral positioning, in fact, is around 5150, right? But bulls have a lot of out of the money short dated calls that they probably would like to get in the money before maybe JPOW crushes the market. Something to think about, at least. Wouldn't JPOW want to be more hawkish above 5200? Because this run is ridiculous. I mean, it is, but the Fed doesn't let equities direct their decision making, supposedly. What if JPOW raises the neutral rate to 3.25? You mean the federal funds rate? It would be higher than, you mean like 5.5? Because to raise the neutral rate to 3.25 would require like 100 and 20, 200? A 200 basis point increase? Why is Vol crushing so hard into FOMC? Because everyone's got a bunch of puts that are sold all over the market. I hope JPOW says AI will save us. Why is VIX so low going into uncertainty to give the appearance of certainty? No, I mean, it's because it's massively overshorted. Better not to raise rates will mean market moves higher and higher. I mean, not necessarily. If they pull back rate cuts, that would probably have a slightly damaging effect. Although, I mean, deficit spending's not stopping anytime soon. So the Fed's really going to have to do something if they want to tame inflation, if they're even aware of the cause of inflation. I mean, they look at the Phillips curve, which is fucking useless. And most of the inflation is coming from the massive surge in NGDP due to fiscal spending, right? And deficit spending. So either JPOW does something big tomorrow, or we can have like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% inflation before the end of the year. We'll see. False. Most inflation is caused by everyone trying to buy their home in H100. 50-point cut? I mean, that would be very spicy. What is something big tomorrow, though? What do you tomorrow? I mean, we just have the FOMC meeting. I don't think we have any other like important data tomorrow, or nothing as important. We have like Great Britain PPI overnight, and then yeah, that's about it. There's like an auction, like a 17-week bill auction before the interest rate decision. But it's mostly just the Fed decision. What can JPOW do which could be something big? I think the first thing they need to do is cut their promise of rate cuts. Like those have to come off the dot plot. That's probably the most they can do right now. I can't see him raising rates. I mean, he could, but that would be a very aggressive move. Other options to tame inflation would be increase their balance sheet roll off, or actually sell off the balance sheet instead of just rolling off. Those are about the only two tools he has. If he doesn't do something now, financial conditions are going to loosen more. The market is going to drive higher. The wealth effect is going to become greater. And inflation is going to be fucked. He is a tool. I'm well aware. We're already super core. And the 3-month annualized rate is at 6.4% already. The 6-month is at like 5.87%. This is fucking bad. This is really, really bad. Any supply chain disruption further than what's going on in the Red Sea or energy disruption and inflation. Like headline inflation is going to go sky high, 10%, 12%, and then what? We're going to have to raise federal funds rates to match inflation at that point. Solar flare. I mean, he's got to do he kind of needs to say, all but needs to say that the Fed is going to target a recession, right? Like, I mean, he can't directly come out and say, we're going to target a recession, but he needs to do everything in his power to infer that the Fed is targeting a recession, that they really, really want one because they really, really fucking need one. If one accounted inflation using the 1980s methods, we're already between 10 and 15%. Yeah. What if GPOW just holds and plays it cool like Larry the Camel? If he holds, that means that rate cuts are going to be priced into the next meeting. So Fed fund futures are going to immediately start pricing in more rate cuts. Yields are going to drop and financial conditions are going to soften. And if financial conditions ease, that means more money and more leverage are going to get pumped into the indexes and into the AI bubble, right? And this time, 3 months from now, or 2 months from now at the May meeting, inflation will probably be running hotter than it was in 2022. Don't forget also that there is the healthcare costs are currently deflationary, right? As they're calculated. Because the look back was during a period where healthcare costs were declining pretty rapidly. In May, they're adjusted. So the May CPI report, healthcare costs are going to be adjusted forward to a period where healthcare costs are increasing, which is going to make those healthcare costs go from deflationary to inflationary. And that's going to be on top of the supply shock that we're already seeing, the higher consumer prices, the higher energy prices, right? Supercore is core inflation X housing X food. Shaping up to be a fun year. It's going to be a weird one. Does JPO and the Fed know all of these things? They should. I mean, you assume that they employ a large staff that would inform them of this. I think the problem is the way they look at the data, partially, and then I think another problem is obviously, political influence, right? What are they gonna do? They can't stop Yellen spending money. They could just make it more expensive for her to pay the debt, but that's not gonna stop her from spending more money. I don't think JPOW can. I mean, if he raises rates, we'd probably crash, right? That would mean that we went through an entire year of easing financial conditions and it was a mistake. That's worse than inflation is transitory. What if they only employ an LLM? Well, then we're fucked anyway. Can't stop retail from spending money either. Nope. Nope. And demanding higher wages, right? I mean, you can. You make sure that they're unemployed largely. And that's what Powell needs. Powell needs unemployment. And they can't say that, right? Because it's against their mandate. But they do. They need to flip the script and they need to target, so they've let price stability go completely and they've solely focused on maximizing employment, right? But because of that we have price instability. And I mean pricing is going to become extremely unstable if they don't do something soon. Like we've got 3 months, 4 months of hotter inflation data, and it's not getting better. Like the shipping costs aren't going down. The Red Sea is not more traversable than it was. They're still shooting fucking 1980s Iranian missiles into ships and attacking them with tiny drones. And we did that before. It's what, like $100 billion a day in inflationary pressure. And yeah, sure, that could be debt, but that's just money that the future generation owes, right? Or a future tax burden. Heading into spring summer when people want to spend will just drive up consumer inflation too. Yep. And also, spring summer is like a home buying season, right? So you get inflationary pressure in the housing market as well because there's more demand. I think they're hoping that the Red Sea crisis resolves quickly. It's been going on for 4 months now. It's guerrilla warfare. It's gonna go on as long as, well, probably forever now that they've realized the effect of it, right? La 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 la, we can't see you, gorillas. What time do you start live streaming in the morning? Market open, usually, if I wake up on time. They need to send in Royal Caribbean to clean that up. They're just gonna food poison them all to death. That's what we were gonna do with our hot base in Djibouti. Tell us your prediction for what's happening tomorrow. I think they cut back the dot plot heavily and take a pretty strong hawkish stance. If they don't, they're fucked. So I think that's the only route forward for them. No problem. How are you celebrating Persian New Year tonight? Well, I figured I'd open up this package of drones and head out to Djibouti. Does the market immediately react to a dot plot reduction? Yeah. All right. What happens to the price of SPX if JPOW chooses to be a CAC? Okay, so if JPOW does nothing tomorrow, right? We keep 3 rate cuts on the dot plot. The Fed says they want to see more data, right? More inflationary data. Financial conditions are going to immediately ease. The market is going to rocket. I don't know where we'd stop. Just up. Just up and even more leverage, right? I think the only thing holding that back at this point would be that getting leverage out of the BOJ now requires that you buy more JGBs. So you've got to suppress your own rate. So buy calls at open. Got it. I mean, it's an option. 12,000 Cs will be in the money by June. I mean, with inflation, yeah. In what scenario do we trade flat? I don't think there's a neutral position. Honestly, the only thing probably keeping us from rocketing to like 56 or 6,000 would be gamma max, right? Just like mechanical interference. Trade flat would be an ultimate Uno reverse. I don't think we've traded flat through a FOMC meeting ever. Even if everyone's just neutral positioned, pulling the tails off causes a ton of volatility. Yeah, oil's at 84. Oil's not going to stop going up. Durables aren't going to stop going up. The cost of shipping shit from Asia to Europe isn't going to stop going up. And the more here's where it gets really fun, right? The more oil costs, the more expensive shipping gets to and the shipping of the oil itself gets more expensive. So the higher prices in oil are going to compound oil shipping costs, right? So you get like double inflation. Because now they've got to take those oil tankers all the way around the Horn of Africa, right? Which adds which double the length of the trip, right? And those ships do not use a small amount of fuel. Like millions and millions and millions of gallons of fuel. What part of the big short are we at? Where everything's fucked, but we keep going up? Add to that the LNG bullshit for Europe. Yeah. So a lot of Europe's natural gas comes off of the east coast of Africa, and that's got to be shipped around the Horn too, which is starting to drive LNG prices up as well. And right now, LNG prices have been like the lowest they've been in like 20 years, right? And if those start spiking as well as oil, like energy inflation is gonna, whew, it's gonna get spicy. It's gonna be like the Russia Ukraine conflict starting all over again. Except all of those supply chain issues are still in full effect. Market makers have turned off their own sell buttons. Can't sell when everyone's buying calls, right? Recessions are un-American. They're also necessary. So you're saying I've yet to miss the generational dip buying opportunity. I mean, provided the S&P can actually beat inflation, which I'm pretty sure it's not right now. Like inflation adjusted S&P high is, I think, still significantly higher than where we're trading, or we're just at break even. I can't wait till JPOW does a Volcker so I can tell my kids things are worse for my generation, like a full boomer. You just want him to do that so you can buy a house for 50 grand. All right, let's be honest. And you don't even need him to do that, right? Boomers are going to die anyway. Buying property over the next 15 years is probably just a terrible investment. Especially if you hold it for 15 years. There's so many boomers, they're all going to die. Boomers will live forever. Dude, I'm 31. Perfect. I need a fucking house. What do if inherit? I mean, can you afford the property taxes? That's going to be the problem. I mean, a lot of boomers are going to, like, that wealth is going to move over to the, like, Gen X and the millennials, right? But are they going to have jobs? Are they going to have money? Are they going to be able to maintain and keep those properties? Maybe not. If valuations are blown out, right? Property taxes just keep going up and up and up. How much can they really be? $10? I think mine are 24,000 a year, and that's after I got them reduced. That's New York, though. It's absurd. Will we still be able to send money to Ukraine and Israel if you want to? The idea of renting for 15 years is extremely depressing. Why? Go buy like a derelict property in some former Rust Belt city for $1. Boom, homeowner. Landed gentry. And then just spend $2,500 a month fixing it up while you live in a tent. Wait, Gherk, was it the tax lady who accused you of micro cheating? No. Don't remind me of that, please. Scotland will pay you $100K a year to move to a derelict house on an island in the middle of nowhere. You can buy a house in Japan. I hear they have really low interest rates. All right, that's enough. You guys have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no.